Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, item 2, message from the President. I've received a message from His Excellency the President dated 18th January 2022, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that in my capacity as Chairperson of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, as well as the President of the Republic, I will be traveling outside the country to Banjul, capital of the Republic of the Gambia, in the evening of Tuesday, 18th January 2022, at the invitation of His Excellency Adama Barrow, President-elect of the Republic of Gambia, to attend his swearing-in and inauguration ceremony to be held on Wednesday, 19th January 2022 in Banjul. I will return to Ghana in the evening of Wednesday, 19th January 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Accept, Mr. Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration. Yours sincerely, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. And this communication is to me to pass through you to the good people of Ghana in accordance with the dictates of the 1992 Constitution is so communicated. We'll move to item 3. And as Speaker, I have a formal communication to make. But before I do that, I will invite the leaders of the caucuses to at least welcome members to the first session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. And I'll do this by starting with the opportunity for the leader of the Minority Caucus, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Tamale South, Honourable, he's not yet Alaji. Oh, I'm told he's double Alaji, Haruna Idrisu. Please, Honourable Leader, you may welcome members to the House.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity, and also, Mr. Speaker, to put on record that properly I have been to Hajj Mecca, and I could be referred to as Alhaji Haruna Idrisu. I've been to the Kaaba. But Mr. Speaker, my task this morning is a simple one, is to formally welcome you as head of this important legislative organ of state, the Parliament of Ghana, to the first sitting of the first meeting in the second session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana, and to wish you well and to assure you that we will support your effort to strengthen Parliament and to deepen our values and democratic ethos to serve the people of Ghana well, and to responsibly, where necessary, support government to work to improve the quality of life of the Ghanaian. But Mr. Speaker, to assure you that whilst doing this and welcoming you, we will want demonstrable respect to the principles and values of the 1992 Constitution and the standing orders of Ghana. Let me also use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to wish you a happy, prosperous new year, and to welcome the first and second deputy speakers, the leader and his team, including the whip supporting him, and the deputy leader and whip on my side, and to colleague members of Parliament, welcome to the first sitting of the first meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament. And to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to wish our colleagues well. However, Mr. Speaker, as you note, Parliament the last time, as we adjourned in a manner that the Ghanaian people were unhappy about our conduct, about our conduct, even in our efforts to explain that for us, we were resisting the oppressor's rule, and we were strictly requesting adherence to the letter and spirit of the 1992 Constitution and the standing orders of the Parliament of Ghana as to what a Speaker or a person presiding can do and cannot do. We know that in established democracies like the United Kingdom, to which we are borrowed, the person presiding doesn't exercise original or custom vote. That is our view. This is not a forum to resolve it, but I'm explaining that we should endeavor to resolve these matters with civility and decorum. So I assure you, Mr. Speaker, I do not think that it should get rancorous or acrimonious, even result in fiscal exchanges. That is unbecoming of us as members of parliament, and I'm not sure our children and the Ghanaian young people want to learn that this is what happens in the Parliament of Ghana. So we all endeavor, Mr. Speaker, to restrain our colleagues. So colleagues, be guided. Let Parliament remain a forum where right and wrong are debated and right prevails, not partisanship. When we debate between the right and the wrongs, we should endeavor to coalesce around what is right in the Ghanaian people's interest and not what is partisan. But this must remain a forum for debate. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened was ugly. It was ugly. And many people, civil society, I'm sure you have been engaged, the Christian Council, the National Peace Council, have all engaged in order to call leadership to moderate the conduct of our members. Let's maintain the honor and dignity of honorable members of parliament, even as we endeavor to preserve and ensure respect for the Constitution and the standing orders of Parliament. It shouldn't get to that ugliness, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I should engage even the Christian Council and other church groups who have all engaged, asking for peace. And Mr. Speaker, through you, we will have to convey to the Ghanaian people that this parliament will not lose focus of its primary and onerous obligation to the Ghanaian people, and that we will exercise that mandate with candor and decorum and with respect for the dignity and honor of one another. With this, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the happenings in Apiety in the Western region, mining community, the president led by the vice president and ministers have been there. Some support have been extended. Some premature decisions have even been taken, even whilst investigation is yet to commence on the matter. We want to convey our hearty condolences to those who lost their lives and to pray for the good health of those who are recovering, and to pray on government to deal with this as a national emergency and mobilize appropriate resources, not promises, for the people of Apiety, especially their immediate resettlement, for the restoration of deserved livelihood for the people there. When we travel there, we would also know the state of rules in that area that they also go through. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, this was to wish you, the clerk and the team of the parliamentary service, happy, prosperous new 2022, and that we will work, Mr. Speaker, with you to make Parliament more accountable and more transparent, and to serve the people of Ghana better. Welcome. Thank you.
Leader of the majority group, it's now your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to also welcome honorable members to this second session of the 8th Parliament. Speaker, I must admit, just as the minority leader has admitted, that we didn't end the first session, the third meeting of the first session on a good note. And I want to believe that the recess period has given ample time for us to reflect on the issues of the third meeting. Mr. Speaker, in the affairs of humankind, it is a society improvement norm to reflect on one's life cyclically to improve upon performance. We adjourned on rather acrimonious circumstances on December 20th, 2021, after we had held 33 meetings within a 9-week period. Speaker, and admitting that the conduct of members of Parliament on the days leading up to when we adjourned was inappropriate, I think the better thing to do is to once again apologize to the good people of this country for the conduct that members put up in this House. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the minority leader that this is a house of debate, and we debate from informed positions, from the knowledge that we have acquired. This is the space that we provide ourselves to engage ourselves in brain power and not the display of brawn. And where we are heading towards as a parliament, Speaker, I believe is shameful, it's embarrassing, and we must admit. Last week when these things happened, we had a delegation from, I think, Rwanda, which had come to understudy what we have been doing in Ghana. What images will they be taking back home? The Speaker, Ghana is recognized, at least in parliamentary democracy in Africa here, as one of the leading lights. That's why we've been attracting delegations from Kenya, from Tanzania, Zambia, Uganda, South Africa, Sierra Leone. And in the previous meeting, we had 3 delegations coming from these countries. We put up such displays. What are they to report on when they go back home? The Speaker, so it's a dent not only on the image of us, members of Parliament as individuals, but also on the image of Ghana's Parliament, which is headed by your good self, Mr. Speaker. And to the extent that we are seen as a leading light in Africa, it inflicts a mortal wound on the image of Ghana. Because on the African continent, Ghana is cited as a beacon of democracy. At the world level, the Speaker, Ghana is held in high esteem as representing a star in Africa. So when these things happen, they inflict a wound on the image of Africa. And cynics will be saying that nothing good can come from Africa. And yet we have made good advances in our democracy. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to do serious introspection on this, and why, again, we should be standing up. Because in the lead up to reconvening, I've heard some members go on air to say that what happened previously was child's play, and that Parliament of Ghana is going to witness greater atrocities. And one person went out there to say that if we have to kill people in this house, we'll kill people. Mr. Speaker, that is a most outrageous statement from somebody who calls himself a member of Parliament in this house. That if we have to kill people, we'll kill people in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, so let's confront reality. Let's confront reality. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the minority as related to the defense of the Constitution and the defense of the rules of procedure in this House. Those, as I recollect, J.H. Mensah said some time ago that in this House we have two main documents to work with: the rules of procedure, which we normally refer to as our standing orders, and the Constitution. So it is good to resolve to defend and live by the Constitution and the standing orders. My colleague cited the case of voting rights that is accorded to speakers. The Speaker, I can also inform that in jurisdictions where members of Parliament are speakers, in jurisdictions where members of Parliament are speakers, they are all accorded voting rights, except in cases they don't have, they are not giving original voting rights. They are granted casting votes. This week I can cite the case of the provincial legislatures of Canada, of Australia, and the federal parliaments of Canada, of Australia, Malaysia, Speaker, all of them. All the state legislatures in the US, in South Africa, in the Commonwealth countries, in India, all of them are granted voting rights. Mr. Speaker, so we cannot be oblivious of this. But as I conclude, let me say that we proceeded on Christmas holidays. And for us Christians, Christmas represents the birth of Jesus Christ, which marks a period of reconciliation between God and humankind. Mr. Speaker, I believe that when we went on recess, we done considerable reflection on what happened, and we've listened to major stakeholders in this country, including the Christian community, the Pentecostal Council, the Catholic Bishops' Conference, the Charismatics, and the other leaders of Christendom have met some of us. And the Speaker, we have pledged, because so many people have called on us, to engage in greater consensus building and reconciliation. And I think that is what we have to do. Given the circumstances of our times, we can only work to expand the horizon of consensus building and indeed carrying everybody on board. Speaker, having said that, this meeting is likely to travel to the 8th of April. That is the Friday preceding the Good Friday, which will be the 15th of April. And we will have to provide ourselves with adequate space to do considerable work. The Speaker, as I was saying, we have a tall order of business. So let's brace ourselves up to what we have to do. And indeed, there's a tall order. The Speaker, as representatives of the people, I share the opinion expressed by the minority leader that we must find time to console and condole. with the residents and citizens of Apeti in the Western region. I know NADMO has been there, the Vice President has been to the scene, the Minister for Roads just whispered to me this morning that the police has been cut off. They've done a detour for them, but it can't be permanently. That resort to the detour. What must be done to liberate the people must be done as early as possible. In the meantime, Speaker, I've also seen your own communication to the people. I believe that Parliament will have to join ranks with you to see what little assistance that Parliament, apart from the expression of empathy, could extend to the distressed community at Apeti. Speaker, I want to plead and entreat our clerks at table and the clerk to Parliament, and also the press corps, to be very collaborative in the performance of our duties as a House. And I believe that will begin on a clean slate and work to improve the lot of us and improve the lot of the Ghanaian people that we represent. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this.
Honorable members, before I give my message, it's important I recognize the presence in the House of the Deputy Government Chief Whip of the National Assembly of Zambia. It's my pleasure to introduce him to you and to the good people of Ghana, since he's on a steady visit which will last for 5 good days. It's in the person of Honorable Princess Kasuni. Sorry, I was using the he for her. She is here to interact with her counterpart, learn best practice and exchange ideas on issues relating to the handling of the Whip's office. The visit is also intended to create a platform for networking between honorable members and our Zambian counterparts, with the aim of deepening relations between the two legislatures. Honorable Princess Kusani is accompanied by 2 officials of the National Assembly. I want her to stand up to be recognized by all of you again. I mean Honorable Princess Kusani. You have seen how gorgeously she is attired. The other 2 officials of the National Assembly of Zambia are Mr. Tienison Nyanku, who is the Principal Clerk, Journals and Table Office. And the second person is Mrs. Cynthia Chibali, a Senior International Relations Assistant. Honorable members, on behalf of this House, I welcome them and wish them fruitful deliberations and a pleasant stay in our beautiful country. You are most welcome. I took note of the privilege given the leaders to give welcome remarks, of their penchant to veer into very controversial areas. But that is a signal of what we all are expecting, and I believe that, as they stated, we turn a new leaf of life in the House. Honorable members, today marks the first sitting Honorable members, today marks the first sitting of the first meeting of the second session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this meeting from the short Yuletide recess. I acknowledge the hectic but joyous time you had with your constituents, and I know from experience how stressful it has been for you to tour your constituencies. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to commend you highly for discharging a crucial duty of an MP, the duty to reach out, interact, and explain government policies and their impact and effect on the people and country. Whilst performing this duty, you also listened to the concerns and views of the people, and in fact, tapped from the collective wisdom of the constituents you voluntarily and willingly decided to lead to make their lives better. I am sure you are now renewed and energized by the expectations, hopes, and aspirations of the people you represent. In doing this, you also demonstrated a practical aspect of a perspective of the representative function of Parliament, and why the MP is referred to as a representative of the constituency and the people. You represent the people. This House represents the people. And I want to take this opportunity to say, Aiko Yagarbanya Mia Wale Doji Sanda Kokeri Anyeko. You may add the rest. Honorable members, as leaders of your people, you need to be supported to perform this function effectively and ethically to inspire many more up-and-coming youth to be motivated to see politics as an honorable career or profession. This underscores the urgency for the provision of offices, not the use of private residences, as we have now. The provision of open, lawful, and verifiable sources of funding, not funding from opaque sources or money bags, and the support of technical staff, not party apparatchiks or activists only. You need these to assist you in the performance of this arduous duty. Unless we are not interested in ethical governance, which is premised on open, transparent, and accountable leadership. Honorable members, this is the Parliament of Ghana. It's a unique made in Ghana product, and we must showcase and market it to the world as a brand. We must create a unique set of values and norms that will give a unique character to our parliament to set it apart from the colonial legacies of the British system. My outfit today as the Speaker and presiding officer is to set in motion that agenda. The practice of MPs decently dressed in traditional attire, led by the Speaker, is long overdue. Ghanaians accept representation of the people to include representation of the full identity of the Ghanaian. That is the culture, tradition, and more importantly, their dress code. I am glad that this decision accords with some of the propositions of the first President of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and the other founding members of the Parliament of the First Republic. The dominant dress code of members of the National Assembly of Independent Ghana was native costume. Where we got it wrong, I don't know. The Speaker of the First Parliament, for example, of the First Republic of this country, that is 1960 to 1965, the Right Honorable Joseph Richard Asedu appreciated and in fact practiced it. And people could cross-check from history. Honorable members, the robe, that is the long gown, the headgear, the bib, these constitute the ceremonial dress of the Speaker. We inherited it from the British. This ceremonial dress was to be worn to distinguish the Speaker from members and to reflect the pomp and pageantry of special national occasions. It was therefore meant to be worn on only those special occasions. The ceremonial dress is not meant to be a daily apparel of the Speaker. Even the British have long abandoned this code. Ghana has long abandoned only the headgear and the bib. Honorable members, I assure you, we are not on a walk in the park in this matter. We are not on the walk in the park in the journey of renaissance and transformation alone. We have a lot of followers and supporters in this matter. It is with this I happily invite all of you to wear Ghana, grow Ghana, eat Ghana, brand Ghana, and transform Ghana. From now on, I want to see more members appear in Parliament decently adorned in traditional dress. I actually have taken note long ago of some members in this House who have already practiced it for a long time. I think some members will still need to change from yesteryears. Honorable members, I call on you to dig deep into the wealth of your innate wisdom and to let us do this together in peace, joy, love, and respect for the diversity of cultures, traditions, and way of dressing in the country. All I have to tell the leaders, particularly the whips, definitely led by my good self, to enforce the dress code of being prim, prompt, and decent in your appearance. Since this meeting commences the second year of the implementation of the decision of the 2020 general elections of a hung parliament, and in view of the challenges we encountered in the first session, I deem it necessary to be more I take it again, to take this opportunity to throw more light on the need for Ghanaians to be more tolerant to what happens in Parliament and to appreciate the essence of the decision in the 2020 election. Later during the course of the week, I'll provide an opportunity for us to do a review of our performance in the first session of this Parliament, which is 2021. Honorable members, beloved Ghanaians, the results of the 2020 elections brought a new order of political engagement. In effect, the character and norms of the power game changed, especially in Parliament. The ultra-majoritarian rule, where the majority party marshals its numerical strength to back the president's policy or program, leaving no space for dialogue, compromise, and consensus building, is no more. The outcome of the elections signifies two things. First, a rejection of the practice of blind, unbridled, and excessive partisanship in politics. The winner-take-all option. That is a significant change. And two, the blind partisan opposition and obstruction of government policy. That too, Yamutu. The preference, according to Ghanaians, is for the practice of dialogue, cooperation, consultation, compromise, and consensus building. The clarion call of our dear nation today is now Ghana first, everything else second. Not party first. Not government first, not opposition first, not speaker first, but Ghana first. Honorable members, the product of a ham parliament marks a clear departure from the mantle, I quote, "Let the minority have its way, let the minority have its say, and the majority its way." Honorable members, I'm watching those of you who have decided to constitute yourselves into groups to converse and not listen to the speaker. Honorable members, this house is meant for serious business. I believe in ultimate responsibility. And even though all these things that happened, I was not on the chair. Those who were on the chair were only exercising delegated authority. The ultimate person responsible is me, the speaker, and I take responsibility. That is why earlier on I kept on apologizing to the good people of Ghana. With that ultimate responsibility, I will not only be using the carrot, I will also be cracking the whip. Honorable members, democracy has long gone beyond majority rule to participatory and inclusive governance. A type of governance where both the majority and minority will have their say, but the national interest will have its way. I think Ghanaians are right to move along with this improved system of governance. And I believe that is the future of democratic governance in the world. In fact, this decision gave Ghana a pride of place in the celebration to mark the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations with Denmark. I had the singular honor to participate in a global panel discussion on the topic, inclusive party governance and the future of democracy, as part of the celebration. The commendation of that decision was taken note during that virtual discussion, and Ghana was highly pleased. Let us don't belittle that achievement. Neither should we blot the shine that the people has bestowed on this country. Honorable members, we should not also forget that this is in tune with the spirit and letter of the 1992 Constitution. The 1992 Constitution creates an opportunity for either a majority or a minority government, or even an opportunity for an independent president to rule this country. And so if you are going by majority rule and you elect an independent president, it means you have no rule. If you are going by the majority rule and you have a president with minority members of parliament, it means there will be no rule. That is not what is encapsulated in the 1992 Constitution. The concept of governance that we opted for is to create room, not for minority rule, not for majority rule, but for participatory and inclusive governance. It is important, as a people and nation, we take serious note of these possibilities and work on the state of our mindsets, our conduct and attitudes to accept any of these decisions when so decided by the electorate of this country. Unfortunately, teething problems and challenges of definition of the concept and practice of such a system and applying current rules to a new order will rear their ugly heads. And you can see in the remarks of the leaders, our attention was drawn to some of the gray areas of interpretation of the existing law, both constitutional and the standing orders of the House. Honorable members, fellow guardians, these ugly heads would definitely produce friction and uncertainty in the initial stages. These are part of the transitional problems and challenges. And that should not deter us as a people or country from doing what is right and just for the country. What is right is enjoined by Chapter 6 of the 1992 Constitution, that is the directive principles of state policy, and that is to establish and practice a just, balanced, open, transparent, fair, and free governance. That is what can create a just and free society. The country could only achieve this when Parliament matures into an autonomous organ of states, able to define its relationship with the executive as one of equal and coordinate powers of government. This is the only way to sustain, consolidate, and secure multi-party democracy in Ghana. It is there and then that the dividends of democracy could accrue and seep down to the ordinary Ghanaian. Please, honorable members, let's take note of the speedy decline of democracy in the world and the resurgence of undemocratic governance, even in our sub-region. Within these few months, we are aware of what has happened to a number of our countries. May the good Lord keep us far away from those developments. We all understand that old habits die hard. And this is because these habits develop into a way of life and a culture. And it takes a long time to change cultures. So I believe with time, focus, and determination, these old habits will give way. And instead of any of us having our way, the national interest will be the one that will have its way. He's saying that I am in government and I must have my way. They're saying that I'm in opposition and I'm to oppose government. All this shall come to pass. And it's important for the political elite to understand the democratic process as a process encompassing a variety of interests and requiring cooperation, compromises, and consensus arrived at through bargaining, so that at all times this will be made in a framework and decisions will be made in a framework of broad coalition. Professor Ninsing drew our attention to a book written by him on these matters long time ago. Our own Professor Ninsing. Those who have read it will definitely confirm what I've said. But I want to assure all of you, I have so much confidence in the commitment of the Ghanaian to democratic governance. And I know the willpower and the can-do spirit of the Ghanaian will see us through. I am optimistic that these teething challenges will be turned into opportunities sooner than later. But apart from what I've just said, let's always keep in mind that one cannot sow what is wrong and reap what is right. One reaps what one sows. And again, I repeat this cliche: whatever you do it for yourself. These are all natural truisms. Please, honorable members, whatever you say or do as a member of parliament, as a leader, be guided by these natural and divine determinants of life. It's also important to acknowledge that in the midst of the teething challenges of disharmony and discord, Parliament has given a clear indication of taking advantage of the opportunities offered by a hung Parliament. It ought to be clear to Ghanaians by now that Parliament has taken some steps to claw back a bit of its lost image and brand as a willing tool of the executives. This gives a glimmer of hope that Parliament will not continue to be in the belly or a rubber stamp of the executive. I'm not just talking about if parliaments after this. So whether you are on the right or on the left, you'll be seen as part of governance and inclusiveness in the sharing of the national cake. The unique architecture that Almighty God graciously gifted to the country through the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic must be appreciated by all lovers of democracy. Let's give the hung Parliament a chance. Clearly, there is no opportunity now for a roaring and tumultuous majority vote, which sometimes gets it catastrophically wrong. Neither is there an opportunity to be an obstructionist opposition. The unique composition of 137 members apiece, with equal numbers in terms of the gender distribution of 117 males and 20 females on each side of the House, and just one independent member altering the equation, give this Parliament a unique membership structure indeed. It's with this I call on beloved Ghanaians to know that we have no choice than to comply with the dictates and consequences of this new order, which comes with such a composition. Indeed, it captures one of the 4 important traditional insignia of the parliamentary logo. Many of you look at the logo, you don't observe it properly. It has 4 traditional insignia. One of them, my tree is not too good, but I know it's referred to Akofina, the state ceremonial sword symbolizing balance of power, political and legal authority, and legitimacy. That is one of the insignia of our parliamentary logo. This is what has been reflected in the composition of this Parliament. What else do you want? Honourable members, another area the 8th Parliament has shown a bright light is the vigorous implementation of the decision of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic to permit the introduction of private members' bills. This, indeed, is and has been a welcome development. I'm very encouraged with how honorable members have seriously taken advantage of this opportunity and are submitting draft bills in various areas of our lives for my admission and reference to the Legislative Drafting Department to process for further action. I commend and urge members to continue to identify these challenges and shortcomings and to assist us to create a legal regime for the country and to proffer solutions through the initiation and sponsorship of private members' bills. Under my leadership and the support of the Parliamentary Service, Parliament will continue to provide the requisite logistical and technical support to such private member initiatives. This is the reason why Parliament must quicken its efforts to create an enabling environment for civil society actors to engage and partner Parliament in the performance of its functions, whilst it takes the necessary action to reform, restructure, strengthen, and empower itself. It is with this commitment that I once more call on and invite civil society and private sector leaders to assist Parliament in the formulation of an acceptable framework on how to formally engage and partner in the performance of our functions. It is crucial for Ghanaians to know that democracy is not a determinant of just politicians and officials in government, but a collective product of the leadership of political, social, private, and academia in collaboration with the people. This is how democratic societies are created. And I'm happy that the call of His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, that we should not just be spectators but citizens, is the right call, and that must be taken seriously. Honourable members, in view of the way the first session of the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic ended, without the closing remarks of the co-leaders and the Speaker, I direct that the Hansard Department should receive the written closing remarks of the co-leaders and capture them as so presented. I also attach my closing remarks to this statement, and same shall be captured in the official reports of Parliament as so presented, as so direct. The lessons of the first session have been learnt by all of us, and we should all pledge not to see a repeat of those violent, nasty scenes, as well as pledge to defend and uphold the image of Parliament. And I'm happy the leaders have taken the lead to apologize on behalf of this House to the good people of Ghana, and to pledge that we will sin no more. To achieve this, I will, together with my deputies and leadership, hold members to strict adherence to the rules, ethics, courtesies, and code of conduct of members of Parliament. We will work to promote orderly behavior and the use of decent parliamentary language in the deliberations of this House. We will now not be waiting for you to be raising point of order. Any of us presiding would at any time call members to disorder when you use unparliamentary language. And I can assure you, more efforts will be put into organizing forums and workshops to enlighten members on these rules, norms, and ethics of civil behavior and conduct during parliamentary deliberations. Parliament will do all it can to create an environment for a collective effort to educate and inculcate the culture of democratic society in this country. I reiterate the need for members to constantly refer to the literature and publications of the House on these matters and interact with their constituents on the values and principles of good behavior and conduct. With this, I once more warmly welcome all of you from the recess to the second session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. May the Almighty God, in whom I have most trust, continue to bless Ghana and all Ghanaians. And I wish all a productive and fulfilling session. Thank you for your patience, your endurance, and the listening ear. I thank you so much. We now move to item 4. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Honorable members will take the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 21st December 2021, page 1. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, page 1, item number 5. I was not in the chamber, but I have been marked as present. So if the records could be corrected accordingly.
Yes, table office, take note. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 34th sitting held on Tuesday, 21st December 2021 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. I have in my possession the official report of Thursday, 9th December 2021. Any corrections? It's not been circulated to members? Yes, please. Yes, Honorable Ablakwa.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I wanted to know whether members actually have copies.
Yeah. Yes, we do have copies.
It was distributed. Yes, so go on then. Please go on.
Yeah. I'm going to write on the speaker. Right on the speaker, please, at column 5, the 3rd paragraph, 4th line. It should read App Store, not App Store. iPhone users know that it is
you talk
App
about which
Store.
page? Which page?
Column 5, 3rd paragraph, Mr. Speaker.
Page
6. Page 6, column 5.
3rd paragraph, yes.
The Google Play Store and App Store. It should be App Store, not Apps Store, as has been captured here. There is no such thing as App Store, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table of his candidate note. Any further?
Mr. Speaker, at page 16.
Page 16.
The last paragraph, under the name of the Minister for Education, Mr. Speaker, the proper rendition is the West African Senior School Certificate Examination, WASI. High should be deleted. It's West African Senior School Certificate Examinations and not Senior High School Certificate Examination. So
yes,
high does not belong there, Mr. Speaker.
Table of his candidate take note and delete accordingly. Any further correction?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, finally from me at page 20, the first paragraph under transfer of basic school teachers before BEC. That should be about the 4th paragraph at page 20. Special basic schools has been captured wrongly. Instead of SPECIAL, we have PPECIAL. We don't have any such thing as special schools. We have special schools in Ghana, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I've seen that is the work of the printer's devil. Yes, table of his note that and delete the P. Any further corrections? I can see the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, on page 19, second paragraph, the appropriate word should be evasive. Honorable Minister has been very invasive. It should be evasive. E-V-A-S-I-V.
Is that paragraph what of page 19?
Second paragraph. Honorable Minister has been very evasive, not
evasive.
Not invasive.
Evasive, you are right. Table of his take note. Any further corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Thursday, 9th December 2021 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move to item 5 on the order paper, which deals with presentation of the business statement for the first week of our sitting by the chairman of the business committee. Chairman, it's your turn to present the business statement for the first week. Honorable members, with my kind apologies, it looks like it's after 2 o'clock and we should have given notice of extension of our sitting beyond the normal prescribed hours. And for your kind indulgence, I so direct that Parliament should sit beyond the prescribed sitting hours. I so direct. Now, Chairman could comfortably now present the business statement to the House.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, Monday, the 24th of January 2022, and arranged business of the House for the first week ending Friday, the 28th of January 2022. The Speaker, the committee accordingly submits its report as follows. Mr. Speaker, you may read any available communication to the House. The Business Committee has scheduled the Majority Leader and Leader of the House and the following ministers to respond to questions asked of them during the week. Speaker, the Leader of the House, one question, Defense Minister, one question, Attorney General, one question, the Minister for Finance, 3 questions, Minister for Food and Agriculture, 2 questions. You know, Mr. Speaker, there are 8 questions. 4 ministers plus the Majority Leader are expected to attend upon the House to respond to those 8 questions, all of which are urgent questions. Mr. Speaker, you may admit statements to be made in the House by honourable members in accordance with Order 72. Papers may be late during the week and reports from committees may be also presented to the House. Speaker, motions may be debated on their consequential resolutions if any taken during the week. Speaker, the Business Committee also takes this opportunity to welcome all honourable members back from the Christmas recess, which is believed to have been very refreshing to them. As the House may be aware, this first meeting is expected to be very demanding of honourable members, since a number of bills and other important parliamentary business will be considered at this meeting. Speaker, bills that may be presented to the House for now number about 68. Instruments that are being processed to be delivered to the House number about 80. And there are 400 questions that have been filed. And indications are that the number would climb up since members have returned from their constituencies and, as usual, after the interactions with constituents, would want to reflect the needs of constituents at question time. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, the Office of the Leader of Government Business is consulting and conferring with the ministers to determine their respective prioritized agenda for the meeting. It is hoped that by this joint effort, the House will be assisted to make judicious use of the limited time that is available to the House. Speaker, His Excellency the President, in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution, would at this meeting deliver to the House a message on the state of the nation. Speaker, so given the tall order of business that you have, members are entreated to brace themselves up to the task ahead. Speaker, at the moment there are 4 public bills before committees and 5 private members' bills before Parliament. In this regard, the committee takes this opportunity to urge committees with those referrals to expedite action on same for the consideration by the House. Speaker, as honourable members will recall, the House was expected to conclude the consideration and passing of the Electronic Transfer Levy Bill 2021 by the end of the 3rd meeting of the 1st session. Due to unforeseen circumstances, however, the House was unable to consider and pass the bill at the end of the meeting. It was therefore within the contemplation of the Business Committee that the bill will be scheduled for consideration by the House during the first week of the first meeting of the 2nd session. However, upon consultation with the sponsoring minister, the committee is not able to program same for this week after resumption. Honourable Minister for Finance has undertaken further engagement with stakeholders and sections of the general public in respect of some concerns that have been raised on the bill. The committee would, in all probability, Mr. Speaker, program the bill for consideration during the 2nd week of this meeting, and honourable members are therefore encouraged to participate fully in the consideration and conclusion of the processes of the passage of the bill for the benefit of the economy. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 160 and subject to Standing Order 53, the committee submits to this honourable House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Speaker, given the distance we've travelled, I don't intend to go through the entirety of the agenda proposed for the week, except to plead with the Hansard Department to consider the report as having been read and capture same in the Hansard. Speaker, to also propose that the urgent questions slated for today may be taken subsequently at another forum. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, you have heard the chairman of the Business Committee in the person of the leader of government business. It is the time for you to make your comments on the report. Yes, Honourable Ablakwa.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, there's a preliminary concern. The nomenclature of the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs appears to have changed. I see here Minister Leader, and Leader of the House. Has he become the leader of all ministers, or is it a North Korean kind of title that the Honourable Majority Leader now has? And considering that, Mr. Speaker, he shocked all of us when he said that we have technically approved the e-levy. I don't know if there have been some technical changes to his position as is now minister leader and no longer Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. So the Speaker would like to know exactly what is happening. But Mr. Speaker, on the more substantive matter, I want to find out from the Honourable Majority Leader. He gives us an indication that the message on the state of the nation will be presented by His Excellency the President during this sitting, during this meeting, but he stays away from specifics. Is the Honourable Majority Leader able to give us a more specific indication so we can prepare ourselves accordingly? Then finally, Mr. Speaker, I also observe that the business statement is silent on very important motions that the Right Honourable Speaker has duly admitted. For example, the Sputnik V probe work had already been done, and the final decision is pending. The business statement is silent on that. Motions like the Frontiers Healthcare Services matter, which requires a probe, recruitment into security agencies, the COVID-19 expenditure probe. There are quite a number of, at least about 8 motions, private members' motions, calling for bipartisan investigations, which the Right Honourable Speaker approved. But none of that appear to feature in the business statement. Is the Honourable Majority Leader able to explain why the business statement is silent on those important motions? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Suhini.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to commend the Business Committee for, within the short time that they met, for coming up with a program for the week. Mr. Speaker, I'm however worried that the business for the week is silent on a disaster that the nation is currently recovering from. The explosion at Bogoso. Mr. Speaker, this House needs to be appraised with how that happened and how the nation is catering for the human disaster that has also arisen as a result of this blast. Mr. Speaker, the pictures and the videos we see on our screens are heartbreaking. And if the ministers of lands and natural resources with oversight on mining, the Minister for Interior and that's for Environment, are not prepared or ready to brief the House, I will urge the Business Committee to schedule them to take this as a public interest matter that the people of Ghana deserve to be briefed on, and for us to be assured of the steps that are being taken to ameliorate the suffering of the people in Bogoso. Mr. Speaker, I therefore will wish to urge the Business Committee to this week.
Honourable Member, an extensive statement we made this morning on that issue. So, just hold your fire. You get the opportunities to comment on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, then I hold my fire and possibly contribute to the statement when it is finally made, and I make an appeal for some investigation by this House into the circumstances that led to the matter. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me listen to Honourable Oku Vanderpoy. Then I can come back to Honourable, is that Edward Bauer? Oh, I see. I think the research did some good job of trimming of your body. Yes, Honourable Oku Vanderpoy.
Right Honourable Speaker, I stand to seek your guidance on a matter. During the last meeting, Mr. Speaker, I made a statement on the floor concerning the numerous attacks that has been meted out to members or operators of the Momo business. And it was ably supported by several members of this House. Mr. Speaker, the statement was referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior. And Mr. Speaker, no report has come on that situation. So I'm seeking your guidance as to what to expect. Because members of our nation who are affected, some of them got killed in the numerous attacks, and they want to know what this House would do for the situation that they have found themselves in, and their businesses that as a result of these attacks is collapsing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just need some clarification from the majority leader. If you look at 5, that's the second page. On item number 5, that's the electronic transfer levy bill 2021. The first paragraph seems to suggest that the bill has not been passed, but the same majority leader has been quoted on that's in the Daily Guide, 21st January, that the bill has been technically approved. I just want him to reconcile the two, particularly as he was the same person who said that, and he's also the chairman of the business committee. He should be able to reconcile the two so that we are sure about where we are as we speak.
Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the business statement, that's page 2. That's item 5, where the electronic transfer levy bill is stated. The chairman of the business committee is indicating that the finance minister is sorting or seeking to get ample time to go and further consult. Mr. Speaker, let me state, as a matter of fact, throughout this period of the recess, we on this side were never consulted or talked to about this, about the electronic transfer levy bill. And Mr. Speaker, at the Committee of Finance, our side of this House requested that as part of the practice of this House and supported by the Constitution and the standing orders, we should open up for people to bring memoranda for the engagement, and we said there was no time. But now we are giving time to the Minister of Finance at his request. We should wait for him to do consultation, but we cannot even give this House time to consult. Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to the 1992 Constitution, and precisely Article 106(4). And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I read: whenever a bill is read the first time in Parliament, it shall be referred to the appropriate committee appointed under the Article 103 of this Constitution, which shall examine the bill in details and make all such enquiries. In relation to it, as the committee considers as the committee considers expedient or necessary. You go to committee, and Mr. Speaker, this is also supported by our standing orders 125, which is just a verbatim lifting of what is in Article 106(4). Now, the House of Parliament cannot get time to do consultation, but the minister should be allowed a whole week to go and do. And then he comes to tell us in his consultation what he has seen or he has heard. Why are we not, business committee, equally not going to make time for this House, and for that matter, the Finance Committee, to engage the public? So that, yes, because that is how we carried bills in this House. Because when the human value bill
what we call gay bill comes to this house. Even when we wanted that to be fast track, the committee is now calling the people in fives. There's 5 people. Come and let's hear you. And people are repeating the same point, simply because the government side are not interested and they are delaying the passage of that bill. Now this one that we are saying that give time for proper consultation because it's going to even affect more people. That one, the House cannot do the consultation, but the finance minister can go and get time to further consult. Mr. Speaker, it is this attitude that creates the unnecessary tension and the unnecessary behavior that we all see, which we all condemn. But Mr. Speaker, let's do what is right so that it will be easier to get and go along with the people of our country, instead of these tricks of others thinking that they are smarter than the others. When everybody is planning or strategizing, that's what creates the problem. But let us do as it's always done in the House. That's the only way that we can be able to get sanity and be able to go together in whether approval or disapproval of this. Mr. Speaker.
Not the name. It's electronic transaction of the
No, it's just electronic transfer. No, but the bill. Mr. Speaker, so with this comment, I want to urge that this House should make time for the committee to also consult. Not only the finance minister should go and consult, so that they can compare whatever they are hearing from the civil society or our citizenry. That will help inform the decision that this House will take. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the business committee will make time for the House to further consult. Thank you very much.
Let me allow the Majority Chief Whip to make a comment before
Speaker,
I come to you.
Respect to my colleague, I took time to listen to him, and I heard him, the latter part of his presentation, use the word tricks. I think it's out of place, and he knows best. Nobody is in this chamber to engage in tricks. So he should just depart from these words. Stay clear of a word like trick. It's unparliamentary. He should retract that. And Speaker insists he should retract the word tricks. Engage the usage of tricks. It's unparliamentary.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, your attention has been drawn to the use of the word tricks in your presentation, which is according to the appreciation of parliamentary language unparliamentary. What do you say to that?
Mr. Speaker, I have no problem withdrawing the use of the word tricks. But to say that, Mr. Speaker, we need to be sincere in all the actions that we, both sides, take for the good of this House. Without any problem, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the use of the word tricks that my colleague was drawing attention to. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Minister for Communications, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I distinctly remember that during the conclusion of the debate on the budget, the finance minister asked and prayed this House to be given time to consult all sides of the House in view of the views that had been expressed during the debate. Mr. Speaker put the matter to vote, and this side of the House voted unanimously against giving the finance minister time to consult them on the issues that had arisen out of the budget. I'm therefore surprised that now they are seeking to be given the opportunity to consult or to be consulted on the e-levy and on other matters arising from the consideration of the budget. They have indicated clearly, as it's recorded in the proceedings of the House on that day, that they are not interested or desirous of being consulted on any matter to do with the passage of the budget. So why this sudden about thing. I would like them to explain to the good people of Ghana why.
Honorable Minister for Communication, the issue that has been raised is that when a matter is presented to the House and referred to the committee, is the committee that should be enabled to continue to do consultations of the civil society and whatever stakeholders to assist them in the preparation of the report for the House for consideration. And that the committee that we referred it to was the Finance Committee. And that the Finance Committee was not enabled to do the consultation. But the sponsor of the bill I am just summarizing what was submitted. And therefore, he was thinking that it is not the Minister for Finance who sponsored the bill that will now be given time to do the consultation of stakeholders, but that the Committee on Finance should be the proper instrument to be used by the House to do the consultation. That's the issue that he raised. And as to whether, Honorable Minister, honorable members, please, as to whether the consultation being done by the Minister of Finance prevents the Finance Committee from doing its consultation is an issue that we have to consider. But I believe that when the matter or a matter is referred to the committee of the House can conduct its investigations, consult stakeholders and other civil society actors, but that doesn't preclude the minister from also doing his consultation. And so I think that what we need to do, but I doubt whether we have the time now, is to allow the Committee on Finance to do the necessary consultations. But that doesn't stop the Minister for Finance from doing his consultations. This is not a matter open to debate. And, honorable members, your attitude and body language will not help the situation. Honorable members, I'll be compelled. I have the list of your names, and I'll be compelled to be naming members of Parliament. That has serious consequences when you are named on the floor. So please, let's exercise patience, listen to each other. We have agreed to disagree. How we conduct that shows our maturity as an individual and as a house. We all agree that we need to work together and build consensus on these matters. Honorable member, if it is a government policy and the government wants the approval of the House, hasn't the House got the right to inquire into that policy? So why do you say that is government policy? So what? The House cannot query it, debate it, and support government. That process alone educates the public more. Please, we are dealing with the report from the Business Committee. Minority Leader. Honorable members, you don't do my work for me. Please. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I needed to indulge you and the chair of the Business Committee to make some observations on the Business Committee report. But once this matter has been raised by the Minister for Communication, I need to put it right in the record that there is a clear distinction between approving budget policy principles and subjecting a bill submitted in accordance with Article 106 of the Constitution to the lawful due processes. And therefore, the particular day that this side, without any regret, stated strongly that we will not accommodate any engagement with the Honorable Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, was on the policy principles, which meeting was at your request in your office, to which we shared our position before we came here with the Minister for Finance. So that was for the approval of the entire budget statement with its accompanying modifications, and we moderated even our position based on the discussions and consultations that we so had. So take note that that was about budget policy principles when we stated those issues. And Mr. Speaker, before you in private and before we came and engaged here, we indicated to him that come to the floor, it's a budget, we will state our issues, respond to them. If they were satisfactory, we will proceed thereon. What the Honorable Whip and Honorable Muntaka, Mr. Speaker, is seeking to do for the abundance of caution, Mr. Speaker, I want to refer you to Standing Order 125 and then come back to Article 106, which is a repeat of what it continues. Appointed under the provisions of Article 103 of the Constitution, and Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, which shall examine the bill in detail and make all such inquiries. It does not say the minister shall examine the bill and make the inquiries. The committee referred to under Article 103, the Finance Committee of Parliament. So what the Honorable Muntaka is suggesting, that is it not right and appropriate, even if we want to match the two, that an e-levy which was introduced in Parliament, we are now being told that the Honorable Minister of Finance wants to engage. The bill is now in our bosom as a house, in the exercise of our legislative mandate. Isn't it proper that the Finance Committee will engage the stakeholders, the telecos, the fintech company, the merchants, the agents? And Mr. Speaker, what the whip have said, maybe our colleagues should appreciate it better. That is precisely why we had issues with even adopting the procedural motion, because we all must appreciate the import of Article 106, in particular the exemptions under 13, the basic requirement. I know what the Constitution says about financial bills. If you are introducing a bill, Article 106 requires that you gazette it. What is the essence of gazetting? So that the Ghanaian public will follow and know that this bill will be introduced, in saying that consider it under agency for me. You will not have time to engage stakeholders. That is what you were seeking to do with e-levy. And that is why you were arrested from doing it, because we thought that given the magnitude of it, you needed to engage. It's like passing a banking bill overnight without consulting banks. or passing an insurance bill overnight without consulting stakeholders within the insurance industry. So, Minister for Communication, get it right. The whip cannot be wrong within the meaning of our standing orders. What he is saying is, Mr. Speaker, we request, in addition to the Minister for Finance engaging and consulting, we are requesting that our Committee on Finance, to which you made the referral, must also engage the Ghanaian public, engage the stakeholders, and engage the finance companies to appreciate it. That raises, so Mr. Speaker, let me now come to my own issues. And even the telecos and the regulator, even the Bank of Ghana and the NCA must all be consulted. If you understand electronic money, all these stakeholders, Bank of Ghana, you need to engage them. The NCA as a regulator, you need to engage them. What the whip is simply suggesting to you is that the engagement should not be the solo activity of the Minister of Finance, and that our Committee of Finance is very capable and clothed to do that, and that we demand. Mr. Speaker, now to my own issues. Yesterday, I had to leave the board meeting with my colleague to Business Committee, so I didn't have opportunity to deal with this matter. So I thought that I should draw his attention to it. National Identification Authority. Mr. Speaker, as I went home on recess, I visited my villages as a rural MP, and I went to Adubleyele and Tatoyele in the Tamale South constituency, and they raised a legitimate issue that in that community, less than 10-20 people had national ID cards, and there were problems even with SIM registration. We have heard the Chief Executive of National Identification Authority describe SIM registration as a useless activity, to quote him, senseless, and that it was not. I'll get his exact words. I say I'll quote his exact words for the answer. Honorable Suyini, I'll Google it for me what he said.
Honorable Minority Leader, is this part of your comments on
the
business communication?
I'll now relate it, yes, Mr. Speaker. So I'm demanding that the National Identification Authority be hauled before Parliament and any supervising minister to give appropriate and adequate report on the status of the national identification exercise, where they have reached, including we are demanding. Mr. Speaker, it is even more important because when this house was considering the budget estimates of the Electoral Commission, probably members didn't listen to you when you took interest in the EC's report. You kept emphasizing two lines: matters relating to SAL, matters relating to creation of new. But more importantly, in that report was the EC saying that the national ID card will be the source of a voter register for the purpose of future elections. If you don't get it right, you puncture your democracy. It is for this reason that I'm saying that. And Mr. Speaker, on this same matter, let's go back to the present State of the Nation address. I'll paraphrase the president. He called for harmonization and synchronization of data, including that of SNIT. We need to know, where are we? How much money have you spent? What has happened? We need to know. And we are demanding that the ministers, whoever is supervisor, and the institutions are brought here. Mr. Speaker, finally, may I refer you again, Mr. Speaker? Yes, what did the man say? Give me his words. Mr. Speaker, may I now refer you to Article 187. Article 187 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I miss conclave because I was running from my office. I know yesterday this matter came up, and I thought that myself and the majority leader should work in harmony with you. Article 187(15), which was quoted ably yesterday at the board meeting by the Honorable Abraham Osei Edu. It reads, and I quote, "The accounts of the Office of the Auditor General shall be audited and reported upon by an auditor appointed by Parliament." Mr. Speaker, yesterday you said you engaged the leadership so that we can put a small committee in place. This matter has been pending for too long, and I thought that you can instruct the leaders to get a 5-member committee to do what is appropriate, so that we get a committee as Parliament to appoint the auditor for the Auditor General as is required of us under Article 187. Mr. Speaker, even though I have left the matter of National Identification Authority, Dr. Kenneth Tifa is reported to have said that data from SIM card registration is useless, unquote. We are not part of it, unquote. Those are not my words, they are the words of the professor. And we know that as a country, national identification is an important exercise. We support it fully, but we want to get it right. Where are they? Where are they? Including your SIM registration.
Honorable Minority Leader, you made the point.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, finally,
we are looking at business committee.
Mr. Speaker, finally, while the finance committee will engage, we will know whether 100 Ghana cedis sent on Momo or on money tax. But Mr. Speaker, you have to tolerate me on e-levy because it's missing here. And what the Minister for Communication is saying is what is making me bring it up. Ideally and ordinarily, today, the e-levy must have been part of today's business. Ideally and ordinarily, it must have been part. What happened? That is where we were when the House adjourned. So that is why the Minister must allow us to respect the leader and stop what she's doing. Ideally. So don't think that we have asked for consultation. We have not. If you want, bring it. We are ready. Bring e-levy now. That is what you told us. That is what you told the Ghanaian people. Bring e-levy. We are ready. That is what you
Honorable
said.
Minority Leader.
That is what you said.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am the Minister with supervisory role over the NIA. The position, the alleged position of Professor Atifa on or purported disagreement between him and the Minister for Communication is unfounded. What happened was a distortion of earlier communication. The professor came out to make it clear, made it to me, made it to the country, that he is in support of the re-registration of SIM card and that he has no opposition to that. Mr. Speaker, I am the Minister with supervisory jurisdiction over that. And I speak on authority. And this house is a house of record. And please,
honorable members, please,
I would ask that
resume your seats and listen to the minister. After that, if you want me to give you opportunity, I'll do so. Yes, Minister.
I would ask that this house go by what is the true position as stated by the professor to me and to the country, that what had been communicated earlier was a distortion of an earlier technical correspondence between him and some other people. The position now is that the professor is solidly behind the re-registration. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think that this house should be the house where facts can be found. And I do not have any difficulty if people want to find out anything about NIA. But it is my duty to correct the allegations and the wrong impressions that are being created. And so please, yes, we know what the social media can do. But what I am telling you is the official position declared by the professor to me and the country, and he's behind the re-registration.
Honorable members, we actually have a lot of work today including statements. We are just at the stage of listening to comments on the report of the Business Committee presented by the chairman of the Business Committee. Don't let's waste too much time on this. He has taken note of the concerns raised and he's capable of responding to them. So, with your kind permission, I'll allow the chairman of the Business Committee to respond to the comments that have been made so far. Chairman, you may do so now.
Speaker, the Honorable Blackwell, related to item 2B of the memorandum on the business statement, and said that the majority leader has inadvertently been described as the minister leader. Speaker, I noticed the error, and I think that it's a typo. There's no position. There's no position known as minister leader. So clearly, it's a typo. Speaker, the message on the state of the nation, I couldn't really relate to the exact date, because even though we have some date in mind, I think we have to also relate to the calendar of the Right Honourable Speaker. Initially, the President had given us some indication. I have no formal communication from the Speaker, but I've heard that there is some calendar for his presence in Ghana and outside Ghana. So we need to do the reconciliation, because I believe that in the presentation of the message on the state of the nation, the Speaker should be in the country. So that's the only reason why I did not mention the dates that we're contemplating. We have to have some discussion with the Speaker on that. Speaker, the other motions that you referred to, I think we discussed them yesterday, that they can't be eternally on the back burner. So we have to bring them forward and take some decisions on them, in particular relating to the procurement, the motion on the procurement of the Sputnik V, and also I think the one on the death stock. So those ones certainly will have to be brought to the front burner. I want to believe that we can take them next week, but that will be after some engagement with the ministers involved. Speaker, the Honourable Suhimi raised an issue that the Business Committee was silent on something. Unfortunately, speaking through his mask, I couldn't hear him well. So, if you can repeat it. You raised an issue about the Business Committee silence on a pit. Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, certainly that is not within the remit of the Business Committee. I'm saying that is not. We don't generate suo motu the agenda of the House. Apply yourself to the business, to the standing orders. We don't generate our own orders. However, Mr. Speaker, I think in my own welcome address, I made mention of it, that we've had a statement from the Speaker's office, not really committing Parliament, but I said that it's important for us as a House, as representatives of the people, to come together on that. Beyond that, is it possible for us to maybe perhaps make some contribution towards alleviating the plight of the people? Is it possible for us to do that? We may have to put our minds together on that. that is beyond the messages of condolence and empathy. I think we have to do something. And we can only do so after conferring and consulting amongst ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Bauer Edward referred to an issue that I raised. It has to do with what I said relates to what as a house we have done. And I related to the three barriers that we have crossed. That is approval of the budget, the consideration of the estimate, which I said is predicated on the revenues from the e-levy, which as a house we have agreed on, and the appropriations bill. But I said, having agreed on these things, because it's a new regime, we have to support it with a bill. And it's at the stage of the consideration of the bill that the House is at now. I never said that we have approved of the bill. I've never said that we have approved of the bill. So I spoke about technically what you have done, the import of what you have done, and where we are. If you heard me right. So make that distinction. I should correct myself. There's nothing to correct. My colleague, there's nothing to correct. There's nothing to correct. Mr. Speaker, the other matter relates to what to do, that is the application the minister has made for us in respect of where we are with the e-levy. Mr. Speaker, yes, the minority leader reinforced what the minority chief whip had said by quoting Article 106 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with that position, except to add that Article 106 of the Constitution 5 provides, Article 106.5 provides, 106.5, where a bill has been deliberated upon by the appropriate committee, it shall be reported to Parliament. That committee that had a referral had considered the bill and submitted their report to Parliament. The report has not been considered by the House yet. The report has not been considered by the House yet. Mr. Speaker, but that they have submitted a report is beyond dispute. Mr. Speaker, the bill is government business. And as you do know, at any stage of the consideration of the bill, the sponsoring minister could even come to say that he's withdrawing the bill. Today he's saying that he needs time to engage. But because we've not deliberated on the report as of yet, could the committee, maybe between now and then, do further engagement? The Speaker, that, as far as I'm concerned, if the committee wants to do that, given the time that they have, if they want to do that, I'm not too sure that anybody can say to them that we are not allowing you to do that. It will require the House to pass me that announcement. But if that enrich the report, I don't see anything wrong with it, except it will then mean that you have to withdraw the report and then resubmit the report. The report has been submitted. In fact, it's been late. Mr. Speaker, it's been late. The technical issue that the committee then will be confronted with will be then to appeal to the House to withdraw the reports if it becomes necessary, then relay it. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, if it's going to inure to the benefit of the country, I would say, why not? Because we need to be very consultative about this and then to chart a better way for us as a House. Mr. Speaker, let me quickly also add that nobody is engaging in any tricks to prevent this House from considering the bill on the LGBT.
Honorable, the word was withdrawn.
No, I'm saying
So
it's not a withdrawal, Mr. Speaker. It's not a withdrawal of that particular word.
Yes.
That is tricks.
Yes.
But the point was made that the House, this height of the House is preventing this House from considering the bill.
Because you referred to the same word, that's why I came in. But for the issue, you can comment on it. But because you referred to the same word, tricks, that's why I said that's been withdrawn.
Okay, I take a cue. Mr. Speaker, just to say that nothing is being done by this House, any side of the House, to prevent this House from debating the bill on the LGBT. The Speaker, the minority leader is asking for the chief executive of NIA to come to brief Ghanaians on the status of the NIA registration. The Speaker, I'm not too sure that that has anything to do with the statement before us. If it's a legitimate concern, why not? Maybe through the appropriate minister we can have that. Because we need to know. Honestly, as I speak, I can't even trace my own NIA card. I say so because we were registered here, and then we were asked to tarry a while. I have asked that I should have my card. It's not been given to me yet, and I'm still knocking on doors to have my card. So if I have to go to register my SIM card with a NIA card, I'll have a difficulty. And that is why I'm asking that they should assess their own system. But the person who even came to register you cannot, on his own, enter the system to retrieve your ID card number for you, unless with special permission, unless you apply. And that's where we have some challenge. But we see, the Speaker, if it's necessary to invite him to address these matters, because a lot of Ghanaians would want to know the status of the NIA registration. I don't see anything wrong with it, except to say to the minority leader, who is a member of the committee and indeed a ranking member of the committee, to stop this practice of causing internal bleeding to the committee anytime the committee comes to this place. You are a member of the committee. You don't raise those issues there. You come and you want deliberately to cause internal bleeding to the committee. That is not good. The Speaker, the case about the Auditor General appointing whoever, I think we need to come together on that. I'm not too sure that that's a subject matter for us in plenary. Thank you very much.
Honourable members. Yes, Honourable Swin.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of record, and I just want to agree with the Interior Minister when he says that it's a House of record. And so it's important that our records are put right. Mr. Speaker, the Interior Minister says he has oversight over the National Identification Authority and that he has been informed. I would have left it at that if he said he was informed by the good old professor that the NIA, supports the SIM registration exercise, because I wasn't there and I wouldn't know what he was told. But he added that he has been informed, and the people of Ghana to know that he now supports the SIM registration. Mr. Speaker, the record available is that there was a letter that was issued in response to queries as to the efficacy of the SIM registration exercise. Now that letter, I will refer to it. That letter is what generated the discussion in the public. The NIA issued a statement, and it is the statement that the Minister of Interior suggests now supports the SIM registration. The statement was issued on 19th January 2022 and signed by this head of Corporate Affairs, Abudu Ganiu. And in that statement, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 5 states, and I quote, that the NIA stands by every statement contained in its response letter of 13 September 2021 as being technically factual, accurate, correct, and honest. Quote and unquote. Mr. Speaker, what was contained in the letter of 13 September 2021 simply said that technically they could not vouch for the efficacy of the biometrics that were taken by the company together with the NCA for the SIM registration purposes. And again, legally, they argue in that 13th letter that they are mandated by law to do the SIM registration exercise. So the professor couldn't have been supporting the SIM registration exercise when in his own statement, signed by his head of corporate affairs, says they still stand by the content of the letter that they wrote on the 13th. And that letter simply says that technically they cannot vouch for the efficacy of the current SIM registration exercise and legally in charge of the registration exercise. I just thought that this record has to be put straight because this indeed is a house of record. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Well, in view of what you just raised, I'll give the opportunity to the Minister for Communications to at least comment on what you said and maybe set the record straight. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, no law in this land has given the NIA the sole authority to conduct SIM registration in this country. No law in this land. And I will challenge the member who just said that the NIA is the one by law with sole responsibility to conduct SIM registration to indicate where in the NIA's own letter it says so. The NIA is mandated by law to collect biometrics for the purpose of issuing a national identification card. The law also requires certain activities to be done if you require verification of the identity of the person to use the national ID card as the sole card for that purposes. And so there is no law in this country which has given the NIA the authority to conduct SIM registration in this land. The SIM registration regulations makes it mandatory for only registered SIMs to be activated by any network operator. So any SIM which is not registered, which is activated for network in this country, is being used illegally. We are seeking to correct that illegal use of SIM cards in this country by the regulator of mobile network operators in this country, acting under its authority, under the law, the National Communications Authority law, the SIM registration regulations, to direct that all SIMs in this country be registered for use on networks in this country. That is the prerogative of the National Communications Authority, working in conjunction with the mobile network operators. And that is the state of the law in this country. I have refrained from contributing to the discussions on this matter because I know that this matter is the subject of a lawsuit currently pending. And so I will restrict my comments to correct the false impression created on the floor of this House, which is the House of Record, that the NIA has said anywhere that it is the sole authority mandated by law to conduct SIM registration in this country. That is not factual, and that is not a statement of the facts or the law in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the report submitted by the Business Committee, subject to the comments that have been made by members, shall be deemed to have been adopted by this House for the purpose of guiding us in the conduct of our business during the week. We know by our rules, during the course of the week, other urgent businesses could be introduced on daily basis after due consultations on the order paper of the day. So let's adopt this. But notice has been given by many of you of the urgent need for the business committee to consider earlier businesses that are before the House, which are yet not concluded. And the business committee is being called upon to program those businesses for the due conclusion by the House. But there are also areas that members must realize that the business committee doesn't generate the business. We have this House not only government business, we also have parliament business, and we have private business. It's a government business that the majority leader and leader of the House is in charge, not the other businesses. The parliament business and private businesses are usually routed through the due authorities, including the Speaker, for admission. It's after they've been admitted that they are then referred to the business committee to be programmed for the House. And so it's not all that just go to the business committee through the leader of government business. And so some of the things that I refer to are things that must come through me as Speaker for consideration and possibly referral to the business committee. This matter of appointment to audit the accounts of the Auditor General is a matter to be dealt with by the House. We're trying to get the best procedure of implementing that. It's not by the Speaker, neither is it by the Parliamentary Service Board. The Constitution says it's by Parliament. The appointment is by Parliament. And so we are consulting to iron out the detailed mechanisms and processes and procedures to adopt to make sure that the decision is taken by Parliament, not by any individual or component of Parliament. With regard to the issue of the message on the state of the nation, yes, Article 67 is very clear that the President should present a message on the state of the nation to the House. But how is this done? The President can be ready to come to submit. Parliament may not be ready to receive it. Parliament will have to be consulted to program the day that the President will come to present the message on the state of the nation. It's not for nothing that when somebody is about to enter your room, at least the person says, "Ago." You just don't walk in. These are good practices that are adopted when you are formulating laws. And so, yes, the President is duly consulting Parliament on this matter, and the date will be fixed, and the President will come to present the message on the state of the nation. So with this, the Business Committee to kindly capture the other pending businesses for the consideration of the House. The Business Committee for the week is therefore duly adopted. Now, honorable members, we have, with your kind permission, two statements that are quite important, which I believe even your comments have underscored the importance and urgency of those statements. One is coming from the Minister in charge of lands and natural resources, and is in connection with the national disaster. which you referred to. And I think it's appropriate I give him the time now to make the statement. So we are now at item 6 on the order paper, which is statements. The urgent questions will be taken later, and the Honourable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to make the statement. Honourable Minister, you are welcome.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this important statement on the tragic Apiati incident. On Thursday, 20th January 2022, a deadly disaster befell our nation. A truck carrying explosives for mining from the site of Maxim, a company registered and licensed by the Minerals Commission to provide mine support services in the nature of supply of explosives to Chirano Gold Mines Limited, a large-scale mining company, was involved in a tragic event, resulting in an explosion that led to the loss of lives and extensive destruction to property in Apiati, a community in the Pristia Huni Valley district of the Western region. Mr. Speaker, preliminary investigations have established that Maxam Ghana Limited had subcontracted the transportation of the explosives to a company called Josedek Logistics Limited, another company registered and licensed by the Minerals Commission to provide mine support services in the nature of clearing, warehousing, and transportation of explosives for mining. Initial reports from officials of the Minerals Commission and officers of the security agencies indicate that the incident occurred when the truck carrying the explosives collided with a tricycle at a section of the road in Apiati along the Bogoso-Bodia Highway. The impact of the collision resulted in a spark which caused a chain of reaction of explosions, bringing about the devastation to the town, which we have all seen. As at Monday, 24th January 2022, 13 people had been confirmed dead, and at least 100 people sustained various degrees of injuries. The impact of the explosion also caused considerable damage to several buildings in the community, rendering many families homeless. Mr. Speaker, on the instructions of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the security services and other states, including the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Ambulance Service, the National Disaster Management Organization, and the Minerals Commission responded quickly to the incident, helping to save many lives and property in the ensuing issue. The response of government, indeed, Mr. Speaker, was swift and robust. Again, Mr. Speaker, on the instructions of the President of the Republic, a delegation from government led by the Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, which included my good self, the Ministers for Interior and Information, the Inspector General of Police, officials of the Minerals Commission, and other senior officers of our security services, visited the community to assess for ourselves the impact of the explosion and to commiserate with the victims of this horrific disaster. The delegation received briefings from the security personnel on the ground, visited the site of the explosion, as well as the injured in hospitals and displaced people. Government has decided to pay in full the medical bills of all those who were injured in this incident. The explosion destroyed a portion of the road, making transportation to and from other communities through Apiati very difficult. Already, Mr. Speaker, government through the Ministry of Roads and Highways has commenced repair works on the road to make it motorable. Mr. Speaker, the conveyance, storage, possession, manufacture, and the use of explosives and substances used for the manufacturing of explosives for mining, quarrying, and other civil works are governed by the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703, and the Minerals and Mining Explosives Regulations 2012, LI 2177. Strict regulations for dealing in explosives, including the appointment of competent explosive managers who must be certified by the Minerals Commission. The packaging and marking of explosives must be in accordance with the recommendations of the United Nations Committee of Experts on the Transport of Dangerous Goods, and the transportation must be by a vehicle approved by the Chief Inspector of Mines. The law also requires that the vehicle be in a sound working condition with no patent effects, propelled by diesel, provided with 2 fire extinguishers that are readily available for use, bonding between the chassis and the body, and is fitted with 2 earthen chains adequately bonded to the chassis and maintained between the chassis and the ground. No other materials are to be carried in the compartment containing the explosives, and that compartment must be totally enclosed, covered with sheet metal, and lined internally with wood treated in a manner that renders it non-inflammable. The vehicle carrying the explosives must move only between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., use a direct and fastest route unless a less densely populated route is available, and not drive at more than 60 kilometers per hour. The vehicle must be accompanied by a competent person certified by the Minerals Commission and a police escort, and shall not stop at any time of the transportation unless to avoid an accident or to comply with traffic regulations. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 2 of LI 2177 makes the Chief Inspector of Mines the Chief Inspector of Explosives and is responsible for ensuring compliance with the law. Mr. Speaker, the security agencies are carrying out investigations to ascertain the actual cause of the incident, as well as the events in its immediate aftermath. The Minerals Commission is also carrying out its investigations to determine whether or not LI 2177 was complied with in the packaging, loading, marking, and transportation of the goods, the subject matter of the incident. To ensure fair and impartial investigations into and non-interference in the matter, on Friday, 21st February 2021, I, as the Minister responsible for Lands and Natural Resources, directed the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission to interdict the Chief Inspector of Mines, who, as I indicated earlier, doubles as the Chief Inspector of Explosives, pending the conclusion of investigations into this matter. I further directed that the registration of Mazam Ghana Limited with the Minerals Commission be suspended whilst investigations are conducted into the mode of their operations. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to these instructions, mine inspectors from the Minerals Commission on Saturday, 23rd January 2022, closed down Maxam Company Limited and stationed 2 mine inspectors there to guard the facility day and night. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Monday, 24th January 2022, I received a preliminary draft report from the Minerals Commission. Following this report, I have since directed the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission to suspend the registration with the Minerals Commission of Josedek Logistics Limited, the subcontractor that was transporting the explosives. Investigations are ongoing to ensure that no breach of the regulations is allowed to go unpunished. Mr. Speaker, I expect the final report soon, and this will inform the next courses of action. Mr. Speaker, I have held separate meetings with management of Maxam Ghana Limited, Chirano Gold Mines Limited, and the leadership of the Ghana Chamber of Mines to discuss matters pertaining to health and safety in the mining industry and how to avoid such future occurrences. Mr. Speaker, government has decided to establish an Apiety support fund to mobilize sufficient funds from across the country in order to, amongst others, support the victims of the incident and reconstruct Apiety Township. This morning, on the instructions of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I inaugurated a 5-member committee chaired by a distinguished and eminent Ghanaian stateswoman, Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, the founder of Salt and Light Ministries, and a former Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Chamber of Mines to manage the fund. Mr. Speaker, let this House be rest assured the Apieti community will be rebuilt. I, also pursuant to Section 101 of the Minerals and Mining Act 206 at 703, intend to establish a ministerial committee of inquiry which will examine the entire health and safety regime of mining in Ghana and make recommendations for legislative and policy reforms. The committee will be given 1 month to present its report. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that out of this calamitous event, we work to draw useful lessons and get to a situation where we can confidently say, never again. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful to the officials of the security agencies and other state agencies, including the National Ambulance Service and the National Disaster Management Organization, for their brave and patriotic. We are told, for instance, Mr. Speaker, that the response of the National Ambulance Service, which now has an ambulance in each constituency of our country, was swift. But for their rapid response and the help of ambulances of nearby constituencies, the situation would have been worse. We are also grateful to those individuals who volunteered to communicate to the people of the community to move away from the scene, and those who volunteered to donate blood at the various hospitals to support the injured. We pray that the good Lord replenishes everything they have lost. Let me use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to assure this august House that investigations into this matter will be thorough, comprehensive, candid, fair, and will be done in accordance with the highest standards of integrity and transparency. Anyone found culpable will be made to face the full rigors of the law. Government, through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, is also committed to implementing the necessary recommendations that will come out of these investigations. The Ministry is committed to ensuring that mining and indeed mine support services are carried out in a safe, healthy, and environmentally sound manner, and we will not relent in our efforts to ensure that we achieve this. Mr. Speaker, I humbly say to the good people of Apieti that the Akufo-Addo government, the government of the people, will without fail offer them the necessary support, leadership, comfort, and solidarity in their time of great need and adversity. Mr. Speaker, without a shred of doubt, the government of President Akufo-Addo is fully on top of this matter. Mr. Speaker, just as our Lord Jesus Christ said to his disciples in the words of Holy Scripture, in the Gospel according to John 16:22, and I quote, "Now is your time of grief, but I will see you again, and you will rejoice, and will take away your joy," end quote. Mr. Speaker, we wish the injured eternal healing, and may the souls of the departed in Apieti and the faithful departed abide in the bosom of the Lord until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall meet again. I thank you for your attention. There we go.
Honorable members, this is a statement from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and it is a statement on Order 72, not necessarily only 70, because 70 deals with just announcement or statement on government policy, and 72 deals with a matter of urgent public importance or of a personal nature. And so I will allow members to make, as stated by the standing orders, comments which are not meant to generate debate, and there's time limit to that. We still have one more statement, so I want to plead with members to be a bit brief in their comments. Yes, the ranking member of the Committee on Lands and Forestry, Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ours is still forestry, right? Forestry, yes.
Lands and Forestry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement ably presented by the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, as a logical thing to do, it requires that at every single event that causes pain and tragedy to the people of Ghana, we would expect a responsible government to demonstrate that they care for the people. And for the Minister of State responsible for the area of concern to come to Parliament and speak to the people through us, to let them understand that it is a tragedy that affects every other person. Mr. Speaker, this particular explosion that happened was of immense tragedy and caused a lot of pain, destruction of humans and materials, and as a result, touched everywhere else. When it happened, I was not in this country. I was in Uganda with my colleagues to visit the Ugandan parliament and was informed about what happened. In fact, I was called by a person from the CNN because he thought I was in Ghana to enable him get in touch with somebody he could speak to. That tells you the extent to which the news went. And Mr. Speaker, and this is not the only thing that has happened in Ghana. It is becoming one too many for explosions to happen in this country. It tells us that there must be something we should be doing that we are not doing right. And I will expect that the minister, after making this statement, should go the extra length in finding out exactly what to do, he must do to curb any future such situation. Mr. Speaker, it is good that the public is called upon to help, and it is refreshing to note also that when it happened throughout the country, everybody was concerned and there was demonstration of emotions and desire to see the matter addressed. I was happy to hear also that the Vice President visited the place, but was a little surprised to note that the promise to the people did not go far enough. The Speaker, it must just not be to curb, to support them now and now, but to support them in ways that will help them to restore themselves to good life as they were living. Houses were destroyed, people were destroyed, lives were dislocated. The Speaker, at one point in time, a report came out that a man who sent his son out for something couldn't find the son and was in a hurry to go and fetch the son, and an explosion occurred subsequent to the earlier one, and he lost his son and he himself was lost. Mr. Speaker, there are very, very sad situations that occurred. Now, what happens is that, Mr. Speaker, every single time an event occurs, the police or authorities must take control of the incident scene. It didn't happen in this particular instance, and you found people rushing there to take pictures, others just for sightseeing, and then when the second explosion came, got injured, and some died. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we take particular notice of this, that the police must take authority at every single time an event like this occurs, so you don't have people plunge into it and get killed. Mr. Speaker, the investigation that must be conducted must start soonest and must bring to us a full and comprehensive report of what happened. it will help in future decisions. Mr. Speaker, since you have already cautioned that we should not speak too much, I will urge the minister to work harder in getting a report on it. I'm already happy that he has taken some strict actions, including the fact that some people were withdrawn from office until full investigations are done. I'm urging that they should work hard, as the Vice President has promised, to give the people some solace, some help, some support, so that they would be able to keep up with life. They should not be allowed to sleep outside considerably for a long time. Mr. Speaker, it is an event that has caused us a lot of pain, and I send my condolences to the many, many people who have been affected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I should contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Minister for Lands, in which he captures the essentials, a panoramic view of what His Excellency the President has been able to initiate. To services went immediately to take action. I totally agree with what he has taken as far as it concerns the explosives, the transportation, and it is clear that the Chief Inspector of Mines is the Chief Inspector of Explosives, and it's his duty to actually produce an incident report. The Minister has been proactive, pursuant to the directions of Mr. President, and I think that everything has gone on well. For my part, I want to bring the dimension of the police into the matter, and indeed the other security agencies. They acted timelessly. And the honorable member on the other side was talking about a certain attitude that we need to deploy and also warn people against. The attitude of people rushing when there's an accident, especially when it involves vehicles carrying inflammables. Mr. Speaker, before I come back, a few days later in Kasi, there was an explosion involving a petrol tanker. And anytime we have accidents involving petrol tankers, what the residents do is that they rush to the tanker trying to take some of the fuel. A very, very dangerous exercise. And most of the time, we have explosions killing a lot of people. In this case, even though the police are yet to complete their investigations, the driver of the truck after the accident was calling on people to move away from the tanker. The people were rushing in, trying to take pictures. A very, very, dangerous exercise. And that has led to the deaths. But I want to assure all of you that the security agencies worked very fast. Explosive experts of both the Ghana Police and Ghana Army went to the scene immediately overnight to make sure that there were no unexploded explosives which could then cause harm. And even though the Vice President led a delegation to the site, all that we did there was guided to make sure that the crime scenes, potential evidence was not tampered with. So it was a technically managed tour that did all it could to preserve the scene for further investigation. I share all the comments that the Lands Minister made, and to assure that we are continually reviewing the situation, and we will make sure that at the end of the investigation, we, the security agencies, together with the Minister for Lands, would do all that is necessary to achieve the President's goals in this matter. The goal to ensure that all who are affected are taken care of, and that lessons are learned from this to avoid a recurrence, and above all, that this country works together as it responded positively to this event, and to work together to make sure that Ghana continues to be a good example in these matters. Indeed, the LI 2177, we believe, will be reviewed to see if it's adequate, and we will work with the Minister for Lands to make sure that we achieve them. For now, all I have to say is that the security agencies are still on the ground and working, fire service, and getting us more information. At the end of the day, the report will be used to make sure that Ghana does not suffer the recurrence of such an event. Thank you.
Honorable John Jinapo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues to first and foremost to commiserate with the victims of this unfortunate disaster. But firstly, Mr. Speaker, let me commend you personally, because I do recall that following this incident, you, on behalf of Parliament, issued a statement to express our condolence to all the affected victims. I also do recall that you personally followed with a phone call to my personal self, and I think some members of the committee, on what we can do as Parliament to also play our role. Mr. Speaker, I'm even fortified that by your action, not only have you shown that we should portray the Ghanaian culture with your beautiful dress, but by your action, you have also demonstrated that this Parliament, under your leadership, is up and doing what is right. Mr. Speaker, like the Minister said, he does not want us to prejudice the investigation. It is our hope that when the investigation or the outcome of the investigation is ready, and I'm referring to the report, is made available, especially to members of Parliament for our perusal. Because indeed, the Committee on Mines and Energy, which has supervisory role in the mining sector, I've already had discussions with the chairman. We intend visiting the community under your instruction to see for ourselves the extent of damage, and also to ascertain what government is doing in order to ameliorate the suffering of the people. Mr. Speaker, the LI that the Minister referred to was passed in 2012. Following that, there's been a lot of technological changes, there's been a lot of advancement, and I think that the time has come to take a second look at the LI itself. Because if you read the LI, specifically Regulation 33, the permit to carry explosives, I think that with new technology, a lot more can be done. But Mr. Speaker, like the Minister of Interior underscored, more often than not, I think that the issue of education ought to be given a lot of priority, because most times when accidents happen, the first thing people do is, rather than moving away from the accident scene, a lot of people move there, especially with their mobile phones, to take pictures. And I think that that should find expression in terms of educating the Ghanaian on such incidents. Mr. Speaker, just to wind up, some of us would suggest, and I hope the Minister will take this on board, even as he attempts to set up a committee to review the whole mining sector. Is it not possible that these explosives are manufactured close to the mining centers, rather than manufacturing the explosives at a far place and transporting them through densely populated areas to the mining sectors? It is my hope that NADMO would be resolved, because we are all aware of the difficulty that NADMO is facing, so that we can deal with the aftermath of such incidents. But Mr. Speaker, In ending up, let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, and this House, that the Committee of Mines and Energy would be leading up to its expectation. We are monitoring events, and we would pursue the necessary course of action through your guidance when we find it necessary. On that note, Mr. Speaker, let me once again commiserate and express our condolences to the bereaved families and to appeal to government to hasten the relief effort and ensure that life is brought back to normality. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Environment, Science and Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me also start by commiserating with the people of Apiti. I know the village very well, and I can imagine in my mind's eye what was happening on that day. Mr. Speaker, that can wait for another day. First of all, let me congratulate the minister who is directly responsible for this, Honorable Abu Janapop, for the swift action that he is taking. But also let me also inform the House, the Minister of Environment, when we got wind of this, I also, despite the Executive Director of Environment, to the scene. So we have also played our role. But Mr. Speaker, as a public health person, I was also following what my colleague health personnel were doing. And at this stage, I will mention names. There's one Dr. Avotri, who has a hospital directly in that scene. And I want to commend him. I've forgotten the name of his hospital, but it must be less than 3 kilometers or so from the scene. My information is that he and his staff, they were the immediate place for seeking relief, and they did very well. And at the same time, the doctors and nurses and health personnel in general, even those who are retired, voluntarily were marshaled to give help to everybody from Takwa to as far as field as Wasa Propon and their environs. I congratulate them. Mr. Speaker, these things are bound to happen, but it strengthens me in making the advocacy for the local content rule, that in the mining community we must be specific, and that those who are living in those areas, the mining companies should make a very good effort to recruit people from there, because apart from these acute emergencies, they are living with chronic diseases which are associated with the mining. That's the pneumoconiosis, inhalation of silica, and on a very high burden of the pneumonias, and even the social burden, prostitution, drug use, and all that. They have been foisted on the mining communities because of the mining industry. And I believe that this, and it's beyond government, because we can say that we are all Ghanaians. But if some people are bearing unusual burden associated with the industry, they must be the first beneficiaries. Because that village, whatever we do, we cannot bring lives back. And they are going to suffer for decades from this tragic accident. But Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, the public too must be educated, and I want to echo what one of my colleagues has said. It is even unethical that when an accident happens, people go and then take videos without the consent of their victims. In fact, that is invasion of their privacy. And then I have a bad excuse where in Sevibekwai there was a similar accident, not an explosion. People actually invaded my theater wanting to take, video clips of people who were literally on the bed, theater table to have surgery. That ethos in the Ghanaian polity must be eschewed, and we must do that with education. And people should be sanctioned. I'm sure those who are doing that will be put on credit. So we are calling for legislation to capture that. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I know that there's a big investigation going on right now, and we anxiously await the outcome. But what I want to be added in the recommendation that a public address system must be mounted on this vehicle, so that that lone driver who was telling people to stay away if the public address system had been mounted on the vehicle, perhaps you would have had time to broadcast it so that people will, seek shelter instead of going towards there to find out what had happened. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend my own government for the action that it has taken. It's been swift, it's been very apt, and I believe that for all it is worth, the people there will be very appreciative of what government has taken. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Dr. Kovina Donko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will want to commiserate with the people who have lost relatives, lost livelihoods, and lost incomes arising out of this mishap. Mr. Speaker, you will remember that your good self admitted a statement on this floor less than 3 months ago on regulatory and enforcement failure in the Ghanaian polity. Less than 3 months ago. Mr. Speaker, what has happened is a good example of enforcement failure. There are regulations, there are protocols, there are guidelines, and when all these are enforced to the letter, accidents such as this should never happen. This is not an act of God or an act of nature. Mr. Speaker, let me also state that as defective as the airline on explosives may be, it does not present any excuse. Mr. Speaker, the new thing in regulatory craft is that companies, particularly international companies, are bound to obey national laws or international best practice depending on whichever is higher. Indeed, in our petroleum regulations, which were carved more recently, that phrase is always captured. So in regulatory craft, the fact that a law does not make provision for any specific act does not exempt the company responsible for responsibility. And that is why the science today in regulation is that you are bound by national standards or international best practice, depending on whichever is higher. Mr. Speaker, in the best of regulatory enforcement environment, you will not have explosive being transported in such a manner that a purported interaction by a motor rider or such other incident will lead to such a major catastrophic disaster. It should never happen. It should never happen. Again, in other jurisdictions, the practice is that the container in which explosives are transported should be such that they will be able to hold the velocity of the explosion. It's in other jurisdictions. Mr. Speaker, we must also not forget that there's a provision of goods in transit insurance. And this is why I was disappointed that our Vice President immediately stated that the state was going to provide houses. It is not the responsibility of the Ghanaian state. The responsibility of the Ghanaian state is to ensure that appropriate insurance, appropriate bodies with responsibility provide the houses. Because there is what we call goods in transit insurance, which should cover such accidents. Again, there's a principal-agent relationship. Whoever sent the load of explosives, whether it is the mining company that purchased it and contracted the transporter, or the manufacturer that was sending it and contracted the manufacturer, has primary responsibility to compensate the good people of the area for any mishap. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst I look forward to the investigation, I will want the narrative that this has happened because we have defective legislation to be taken out. That is not international best practice. That is not what we do in regulatory management. It is a typical example of enforcement failure. And Mr. Speaker, my worry, as I stated on this floor, is that more than 50% of the issues in Ghana that worry us will not be there if we are enforcing regulations properly. Too much problems are transported to the desks of ministers because of enforcement failure of existing regulation. So it is high time we as a people place serious emphasis on regulation and regulatory enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to associate myself with the statement so strongly made by the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable John Abdullahi Snapo, and thank all colleagues who have also equally so strongly contributed to it. Mr. Speaker, a disaster of such magnitude should not be seen as a concern for only the people of Apiate or Western region, but indeed, Mr. Speaker, it concerns the entire country and was seen as a natural happening that happened, and it came as a result of transporting some explosives that, Mr. Speaker, clearly there were some lapses, but the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is dealing with all those shortfalls. And this national disaster, Mr. Speaker, has been seen, and a lot of people in this country have expressed so much concern that all of us must work together to ensure that this does not reoccur in our country. And Mr. Speaker, it must be put on record that government and its agencies and ministries acted promptly to deal with this matter, and Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Ministry for the Interior, and Ministry of Roads and Highways work together also with NADMO to deal with this matter. Mr. Speaker, the blast created a very huge crater in the middle of the road, about 3 kilometers from Bogosu, and the crater was so wide and deep, about 21 meters long and about 10.3 meters deep. My ministry and its agencies quickly moved in because it cut off part of the road and brought the good people of this area to their knees, because all their economic activities came to a halt. So we quickly had to begin filling this crater, and as an immediate action, we had to create a diversion to enable the normal movement of goods and people to take place. And Mr. Speaker, we have been able to create a diversion of almost 270 meters long and of 7 meters wide, and we have restored to the good people of Apiate and Western region normal vehicular movement, despite the great intensity of this unfortunate disaster. Mr. Speaker, my ministry has therefore put together about 3 strong contractors, MS Rango, MS Wilhelm, and MS Golden Star, to restore the road to its normal situation. And we have asked these contractors to continue to remain on site until we bring back the road to its original position. There are a number of activities concerning the scope of works of this road that are ongoing, and we will make sure that we remain on site and we create safety conditions for all motorists and all those who are using the road. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would want humbly to appeal to road users and pedestrians together to take all necessary measures and follow all the road signs that have been put in place by my ministry to avoid further disasters. Mr. Speaker, we have visited this area more than 4 times, that delegation from my ministry, and on Friday, God willing, we are again organizing to visit the site and to make sure that we bring the road back to normalcy, to allow the people of this town, Apiati, and the region, Western region, and indeed the good people of this country to go by their normal economic activities. And we will ensure that on behalf of government, this will be done to its logical conclusion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Lady who has been standing up, is that Honorable Zuwera? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity for me to make a contribution to the statement on the unfortunate accident that happened in Apieti in the Christia Huni Valley constituency. Mr. Speaker, we thank the Honorable Minister for the expedient nature in which he's taking to bring all of us to speed on what happened, giving us the adequate background that we desire to know, and also highlighting some of the critical issues that government and other partners have been able to undertake in order to bring some relief to the people of Apieti. Mr. Speaker, in Islam, the Prophet enjoins us that in times of adversity, in times of grief, we come together as a people. It doesn't matter what the differences that would have pertained. And so we all stand together with the people of Apieti, offering them our support and keeping them in our thoughts and prayer. In the statement, the Honorable Minister did mention that indeed the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana was about the first high-profile Ghanaian to pay a visit to the location of the accident. But when he got there was a team that the Vice President worked with to bring some assurance to the people and for the people to know that indeed government was abreast with what was happening. One of such personalities was the Honorable Member of Parliament for Pristia Huni Valley, the Honorable Kujo Robert. I found it curious that he didn't get a mention in the Honorable Minister's statement. We know how much time and effort the Honorable Member committed to this endeavor. We also know, and we thank the Honorable Minister for highlighting all the hardcore interventions that government has put in place and is putting in place. But in terms of such accidents, we look at immediately what we can do to resettle the surviving victims. That might form the soft part of the intervention. And when that happens, we have government, we have agencies, we have individuals who want to play a role in making sure that the people get some relief. One such individual who took it upon himself to extend massive relief to the people of Apietu was Mr. Ibrahim Mahama of Engineers and Partners Company. He gave 5,000 bags of rice, 5,000 tins of fish, and 1,000 gallons of cooking oil for the immediate relief of the people. And I thought that deserved to have been mentioned in the minister's statement. If for nothing at all, it boosts the morale of other endowed individuals within this country to chip in when things get desperate. Mr. Speaker, we've heard that some donated blood, others even contributed in terms of the communication to evacuate and move people to safety. All of that we commend highly. And we are aware, Mr. Speaker, that the relief items donated, a committee that has been formed to ensure that the items get to the victims, does not include a member of parliament for the area. And that is why I started off by sharing the hadiths of the Prophet, who said that in terms of adversity, we come together. The member of parliament is the one person from that constituency and that area who will receive the most phone calls regarding the support and needs of the people of that area. And Mr. Speaker, we think it is fair that when we undertake some of these activities, we look and make sure that the people central to the activities are also involved in the relief, administration of relief items in such accident areas. I want to thank the minister once again for bringing us to speed on what his ministry and government will be doing in terms of the LI on explosive material. But we also need to look at what that means for the people. And that is where I want to join my colleague, Dr. Pabna Donko, when he makes the statement that in as much as we appreciate and congratulate and commend the government for its efforts, some of the statements that were made, as in the statements attributed to His Excellency the Vice President to both houses, should have been thought through properly. Building houses is important to resettle the people, but who bears the responsibility? If our laws work and work well, we will know where that responsibility should be sent to. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity, and I want to join you, as you did, to extend our commiserations to the people of Apiti and wish them well. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, because of the importance of the statement, particularly the national trauma that we had from the disaster, I've given more than sufficient time for not just the presentation of the statement, but the comments. But I think it's appropriate to allow the member of parliament from the constituency to have the last say. And after him, we may have to move to another subject. And honorable members will have to consider that I've been sitting for over 4 hours. And that is unhealthy. And so, honorable member for the constituency, you have the last word.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity also to add my voice to the statement presented by the Minister. I've been very sad since Thursday, and I described that Thursday as a black Thursday for the people of Christian Universe, and for that matter, Apieti. Right Honorable Speaker, I got to the scene few minutes after the incidents. And when I got to the scene, the fire service, NADMO, police command, BNI, they were all set there. I realized that the only machine at the spot was a backhoe doing that great job. So I called on the MC and assured him that I'll get excavators for him within the shortest possible time. So I drove back to town, and within 20 minutes, I was able to marshal 2 excavators, fuel it myself to the spot. And that's where the great work started, removing the debris and then the dead bodies. I was part of the rescue team throughout to the night, and we all decided around 3 o'clock to make a bypass route for all the vehicles from Kumasi, Takoradi, and other places. Then, in the second day, when the Vice President visited the place, I was with his team. I was even being introduced by the Minister for Information to the Vice President. And I accompanied him to almost all the places that he went and left the following day. I was present when we received a number of donations from Gold Force and other mining companies. We moved to the mortuary to make sure the information about data of people who have passed on is authentic. So we actually arrived at 13 people who have passed on. Right Honorable Speaker, this morning I've heard that a committee has been put in place to manage the items being donated by individuals and groups, which my name was missing. Yes, I've called on the MC that if anything at all, a rep from my camp should be present so that at least we all can monitor the items and make sure that they go to the right people, and then people will actually benefit from that. My greatest problem now is that when I followed the Vice President, there was a promise that we were going to put up houses for the people of Apieti. Right now, the Minister also has presented information of investigating the cause of this explosion. So I am pleading that as a House, we all monitor activities and make sure that whatever these people deserve are being given to them, especially with regard to accommodation. And then we all also have to follow and monitor and make sure that the appropriate investigation is being made to bring into book all those who are at fault. Because as a country and somebody who was brought up in the mining area, one thing I have realized is that safety measures are being taken for granted by most of the mining companies. You have to do A, B, C, D. They think that when you start from A to D and you skip the 2 in the middle, still you can arrive at the same destination. So the necessary action should be taken after we have found out those who were at fault. Right, Honorable Speaker, with all this and in a very sad mood, I pray that those who have lost their life, the great Lord will give them a peaceful and everlasting resting place. And then also those who are injured, that is my concern, how we can restore them, even if not completely restored to their former state, at least what they can depend on for the rest of their life. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity done to me.
Honorable members, I think it's appropriate for the minister who actually made the statement to say a word. I will give him not more than a minute to do so in view of the extensive comments that have been made by members. He may have something to say about it. So, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank the House for the very rich contribution they've made to the statement I made, and rightly so. Mr. Speaker, we will take all the suggestions, critiques, and inputs which have been made by members of this House, and that is indeed the essence of the statement I have made. Mr. Speaker, that said, let me just emphasize that investigations are ongoing, and therefore we all will have to wait for the outcome of the investigations. Mr. Speaker, when the Vice President said the Apieti community will be rebuilt, he meant it. And I said so in my statement. I want to reiterate it. Government is determined to build the Apieti community, and not just build it, build a modern community for the people of Apieti. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, God willing, I am visiting the community with the Minister for Works and Housing, who is the minister responsible for works and housing in our country, and thereafter we are going to get on with it and build the Apieti community. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Apieti Support Fund, which we have established, I will respectfully call on this House, members of the House, and the House as a whole, to contribute generously to this fund. It is as a result of the contributions to the fund which we will use to support the residents of Apieti and also be able to build the community for them. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to be on top of this matter, and as everybody will attest to, the government has been acting swiftly, acting responsibly, acting robustly, and by the grace of God, we will get to the logical conclusion of the work we are doing, and the people of Apieti will be very happy. They have a responsible government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, with respect, it is just so because we don't get into these issues about MP, NDC, MPP. That is why government is set up an endowment fund manned by independent-minded people. I believe they will work closely with the member of parliament of the area. But the fund has been established, and they are independent, highly renowned Ghanaian citizens who are responsible for the fund. So the MP should contribute to the fund.
Honorable members, I think this is a very sad occurrence in our dear nation. And indeed, it has brought up the true nature and character of the Ghanaian. We have come together in sorrow. We've come together to try to support the lives that were so graciously saved by the Almighty God, and also to see how we could together reconstruct the area for those who are living. Yes, government is leading the process, but a lot more Ghanaians have put in their little bit of support, including my good self. And so I want to add my voice by expressing the deepest condolences of this House to the bereaved family, the whole traditional area, and particularly the traditional leaders there, spiritual and family heads, who are actually bearing the brunt. Definitely, the political leaders, the DC Chief Executive, and the Member of Parliament expecting that we should rather boost their morale, we should support them, and we need to commend the efforts they put in so far. I have my ears on the ground, and I'm aware of the contributions both the Member of Parliament and the DC have made. And so we need to, and more importantly, the health personnel. A lot is being done by the doctors, the medical personnel to save lives and restore normalcy to the area. Our security agencies will need to be commended highly for that, what they have done. And I think it's important that we all continue to contribute to try and restore what we have lost. This saddens us, particularly lawmakers, that we make the law and the law is not obeyed. It's a very serious matter that we have to take up, and when the report is presented to the government, this House will want to have a view of it, and if possible, contribute our quota to support government. If there is a need for us to revise and strengthen the laws and the institutions for enforcement of those laws, we'll definitely do so. So, honourable members, as with this, I want to convey once again the deepest condolences of Parliament, the members of Parliament, staff, and ancillary staff to all members of the bereaved family. And say, may the good Lord continue to protect them, guard them, and give them solace. I say this with all sincerity and a sadness of heart. With this, I want to thank the Honourable Wayome for his indulgence to agree with me to postpone his statement to tomorrow. It's a very important statement. But looking at the state of affairs, it's a statement dealing with the Black Stars, and I know how important it is. But tomorrow will not be too late. So he has agreed that he will present us the statement tomorrow. So honourable members who are interested in sports, particularly in football, should prepare to make useful contributions. I am a football fan myself, and I'm certain that Ghana now, we don't have a team. With this, I want to get some guidance from the majority leader and the other leaders whether we have to go to item 8 on presentation of papers, whether the papers are ready to be laid.
Speaker, I believe we can deal with we can enter public business and do the presentation of the papers, which will not take more than 5 minutes. And then the other matter will come to after that. If we indulge, we can go to item number 8.
Yes, honourable members, at the commencement of public business, item 8, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented: 8A, by the majority leader and leader of government business. Roman 1.
Report of the Auditor General on the statements of the foreign exchange receipts and payments of the Bank of Ghana for the half year ended 30th June 2021.
The report is accordingly presented to the House and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman, sorry. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this report should be referred to the
Public Accounts Committee. Public Accounts Committee.
Yeah, this is the Auditor General report.
Well, it's all referred. But we will need to sit down to strategize as to how to handle the volumes of reports that are coming to your committee and what other logistical need you need to be able to discharge those duties. It's a very important arm of governance. Auditor General's Department. So it is accordingly referred to the Public Accounts Committee, not the Committee on Finance. 8A Roman 2 by the Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I think you made a very important observation in respect of 8A Roman number 1. That indeed it is not the foreign exchange receipts and payment which should go to the Finance Committee. But this is the Auditor General's report. So it should go to the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee is inundated with reports, volumes of reports. And I think it will serve their own interest if the constituted committees within the Public Accounts Committee to be dealing with them.
A leader just mentioned that we'll meet and decide or strategize as to how to handle it. That's why I raised that issue. Yes, so let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having some advice from the chairman that I should leave that one to him. And he knows why he says I should leave it to him. I will certainly leave it to him because it's the committee's business. But this is a friendly advice. That is what you have to do to get the volumes off your desk. Mr. Speaker, Roman number 2, A, Roman number 2.
Semi-annual report of the Public Interest and Accountability Committee on the management and use of petroleum revenues for the period January to June 2021.
I believe this one is to be referred to the Finance Committee, and I so refer the semi-annual report of PIAC to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. 8B by the chairman of the committee, that is Finance Committee. Finance Committee.
This Speaker, I believe we can stand that one down until tomorrow.
Accordingly, stood down. What about 8C? They say no. This one, chairman of the Committee on Education.
Report of the Committee on Education on the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021.
The report of the committee is accordingly laid and is for distribution to members of the House. Honorable members, item 6 has not been taken because we need to discuss it further. We need to discuss item 6, which is the urgent question, and therefore the honorable member involved will have to get in touch with me for further discussion on that issue. We will now move on to committee sittings, but I have an indication that there is an important information I have to pass on to members, and if possible, we have the closed sitting leadership.
Mr. Speaker, there are some outstanding businesses. So, we can have that short closed sitting. Not closed sitting, but I should say joint caucus Joint Caucus sitting once we adjourn. Then we can deal with it about 5-10 minutes. And then for the issue that you raised with the urgent question, if we agree, we can take that one tomorrow, perhaps even before sitting.
I don't think that the urgent question is due for consideration, but we'll do that later. Honorable members, it's important I give you this information. I'm sure you are all aware, you've always been aware, since the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic 2 years ago, the virus has mutated a number of times with devastating consequences on humankind around the world. Again, as you may be aware, last year, this House arranged the conduct of 2 vaccination exercises for members, staff, and ancillary staff and their families within the parliamentary enclave in order to reduce the spread of infection of COVID-19 virus. I must state that the exercise was highly successful. Honorable members, medical experts have strongly recommended that even after taking 2 shots of the vaccine, one will require a booster shot to provide an extra layer of protection against the virus. Honorable members, it is against this background that after consultation with the leaders of the House, I directed the clerk and the administration to arrange a vaccination booster exercise, which commenced on Saturday, 22nd January 2022, for staff. And that time, as you know, Parliament hadn't resumed sitting. Parliament has resumed sitting today, and the exercise is continuing today. That's Tuesday, 25th January to Thursday, 27th January 2022, for members, staff, ancillary staff, and members of their families. It means not only those working within the enclave of Parliament, but it includes members of your families. And this, as you know, is for good reason. I want at this stage to state that this booster vaccination is compulsory for everyone working within the presence of Parliament. But this applies to those who have taken the 2 shots of the vaccine. If you have taken only 1, you can go for a booster. If you haven't taken at all, you can go for a booster. Honorable members, henceforth, members, staff, and ancillary staff will be required to show proof of vaccination before being allowed into any office within the presence of Parliament. After the vaccination exercise, any member, staff, and ancillary staff who fails to take the booster jab would be denied access to Parliament. Honorable members, you are allowed to go to a Supreme Court. But so far as I'm concerned, and with the experience so far, and you all know it, the last day of the sitting of Parliament last year, what happened? And the spread immediately after you left the presence of Parliament. You know it. You know the number of you who were down. You want me to give the names? Your leaders know. Because, honorable members, I'm just being frank. Because we followed up. We got calls from you. And we took down the numbers. And so if one person is left infected, the exercise will be meaningless. Definitely, it will not have the same effect that you have not taken a booster. The booster is just to help you to be able to resist the impact of the virus. Now we've gone from Delta to Omicron to Delta Omicron. Who knows? Another name could surface. And so this is just for our own safety, protection, and well-being. If you decide not to take advantage of it, you know that countries are now insisting that when you don't have these things, they will not give you visa and entry into their countries. And as you sit here, you don't know when you'll be called upon to represent your country or your constituency outside the presence of this country. So you deny yourself the booster, you deny yourself the opportunities. Over to you, Joe Lati. I thank you, members. I thank you, honorable members, for your attention. Yeah, Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just for greater clarity, you mentioned members of Parliament, staff, then ancillary staff. I want to believe that you, by the ancillary staff, you meant officers of Parliament as well. You included officers of Parliament. But the officers would include the security persons working with us here. So they should deem this statement as covering them as well. So you come, you must be vaccinated. If it's Pfizer, yes, you need ones, plus the booster, you have to submit yourself to. The Speaker, fortunately, and unfortunately, the Minister responsible for health, I saw him here, I think he's hesitant. Unfortunately, now we have enough in the system to cater for everybody, which is why I'm happy that you added that the family members of the staff, members of Parliament, and also ancillary staff, plus other officers of Parliament, should submit themselves. Because if you don't mislead yourself. Even after the booster, you still are not 100% covered. And so you could go home, and if your family members are not protected, you could contract and then bring it here, which is why it's important to bring your family members as well. So that at least if your level of protection goes beyond 90%, you and your family will be covered to that extent. We are told that the double dosage of the AstraZeneca takes us to about 67%. Plus the booster will take us to about 92%, we are told. If that is the case, and your family members are not thus protected, you may come infected. It's important that every one of us, those who have families, bring their families as well. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader. Ancillary staff goes beyond your personal staff like security and the rest to the police service division attached here. We have the fire service unit here. We also have the health sector. We have 3 doctors and other medical staff with us here, and the invisible ones who actually take care of our security and those who make sure that our constituents listen to or get to know what we do and say here. That is the Parliamentary Press Corps. The members of the Parliamentary Press Corps are always part of it. And we also have some hospitality staff supporting us here. They are all part of the ancillary staff. And so it's important that we expatiate on this matter for members to know that when we are talking about budget of Parliament, we resource the operational cost of all these units here. The budget is not only for members of Parliament and staff of Parliament, but all these people, even though we don't pay their salary, the logistical support, the operational costs and all those things, we support them. And we need to motivate them to be able to provide the necessary services for us. So budget for Parliament is not just for members of Parliament and the staff of Parliament. It's an arm of government, and we need to strengthen it and expand it further. So please take this information seriously, take advantage of the opportunity given, and don't deny yourself other possible opportunities attached to this. I'm aware of a number of countries, they will not allow you to enter if you don't show evidence of having taken the 2 shots and a booster. I'm aware of the controversy around the descent, but please, I've not come across anywhere research literature convincing me enough that these are not good medical interventions. This is just for your consumption. We can disagree on the law, but I want you alive first. Then we can litigate in court and then yes to do so. With this, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to notice that you are encouraging people to take their vaccines and even do the boosters. I only want this clarification. What about those of us who have done the booster somewhere? We all know that with the booster, when you do it, it's not indicated in your card as first or second. So the third one, and those of us who have done it outside, how do we show that we have?
Outside the Parliament.
I've done mine outside the Parliament. So I don't know.
Well,
at the ministry.
I am not aware of any lawful area where you do the booster and there's no indication that you receive a booster. There is always some indication, at least on your card. No.
Mr. Speaker, the leader is here. We had it at the Jubilee House. But we're not giving any indication. He's here. He's aware of it.
Well, if you had it at my house, you have had evidence. But you had it at Jubilee House. Anyway, When you have a booster, you don't go for a second one. But please, I think it's important. There is some other document they call the PCR, which you need to produce from time to time. So you must have some evidence. Maybe go back to that place and see if you can get something. Is there the medical?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, on this subject matter, I do agree with the Honorable Minister, Honorable Howard Kumsin. I took the 2 jabs and I've taken the booster outside the country. But there's no indication saying it's a booster. But this is the 3rd one that I've taken. But it's my booster. I have a card. This is the one I took in the country. I have the 2 here. And this is the booster. But there's no written on it as a booster. No, he said they have to indicate it. Like, Mr. Speaker, if I heard you right. So what she is saying, if she don't have any evidence to support it, that was a different matter. Some of us have another card supporting the one they gave to us that we've taken the 2 jabs, and this is the 3rd one, making sure that we've taken the booster. So, but if you read it, it's not written on it that it's a booster. But they'll make sure the type of vaccine that you took, they give you a booster. So this information I'm providing. So if it is not written on it as a booster, it doesn't. It will be malaria injection. Okay. I'm supporting a what's the problem now?
Well, honorable members, please.
So some of us, we have to provide this information to the health.
It's important, but be assured that for Parliament there will be an indication that you're taking a booster.
Yes.
So that is what is being done in Parliament. Honorable member for Dafion Buse Issa.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. For the purpose of education, I want to say that whenever you are giving a vaccine, you must be given some record that you've taken that vaccine. The batch number, the type of vaccine. And in this case, I'll be surprised that any person, be it a member of parliament, is given a vaccine and you don't have a record. No, even the 3rd, you need a record of where you were given that vaccine, the type of vaccine you were given, the batch number of that vaccine, and all the associated information concerning that vaccine. It might not be listed a booster vaccine, but it will indicate that this is the 3rd vaccine that you are taking, even though it may not be written a booster. It's very important because wherever you go, they will need this information to ascertain that indeed you took that particular vaccine. So if you were not given, you may have to go back to where you took that vaccination for this very important record. It's very important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think it's now appropriate for us to. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to confirm the information given by the Minister responsible for fisheries. In fact, it was when the boosters arrived, I think people were making some uninformed statements about them. And the President wanted us to demonstrate that indeed it were genuine boosters that had arrived in the country. And all of us had to submit. Unfortunately, even when we were told that the cards were not available at the time, that he took our details and said that he would supply the cards later. So that's the state of affairs. Once they come here, certainly once you submit yourself, you will be given a card to show the kind of vaccine that has been applied and the date for the application of the vaccine. So that should be how it should be done.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'll proceed to adjourn the House. And I indicated the House will be having joint caucus meeting. And therefore, this House do now adjourn till tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon, when we shall reconvene to continue with the business of the House. The House is accordingly adjourned.